Oops, I was on mute. That's crazy. I was on mute that whole time. I gotta start remembering hitting that unmute. But I was just saying, what's up, Eddie? What's up, Goblin? And then I was saying, I'm just reorganizing. I'm just cleaning up all my notes. And there's some feature I was looking for. Let me delete that. I don't want that. I'll look for it after I clean this up, because I'm almost done, I think. Just gotta... Yeah, I'll do that. I'm gonna start just nesting these a lot more, but it's a little bit over nested, but I didn't... The other way wasn't working for me, so this is the way that it's gonna be. Actually, let me see. I could just put this here, actually. Get rid of this page. Halfway through, that's pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, keep going, that's good progress, man. 8 more days, that's good. Wait. Yeah, this there's no need for this page, so I'm gonna... These ones already go back there, so that's good. So actually, yeah, I don't want to change those, so I'm gonna... copy that, paste it here, and then... Oops, I guess I could have highlighted it all. Actually, yeah. Like that. That way this page, I don't need it. I don't need that. And then the link breaks because it doesn't exist. And then that's not even a thing. A+ kit. I mean, I don't know what the kit is, but I know that there's a certificate. It's supposed to come in. Actually, I can check on it because it's supposed to come in pretty quickly. Should be here by now, actually. Oh, it's on the profile. I'm supposed to, I went to the wrong place, I think. From what I remember, you gotta go to your profile. Or maybe not. It's supposed to show, there was somewhere. That you can track. You're supposed to be able to track it or check the status of it. I can check my mailbox right now. It should be here. Wait. View certification status. Download verifiable PDF. I don't have it here. Fulfillment? What is this? Shipped. This is it. Fulfillment. It says shipped. Completed. Wait. Sent to fulfillment on the 7th. When is this complete? Is this when it's supposed to get to me? Dang, that's a long time. But it shipped. Approximately 2 to 3 days after you have verified the accuracy of your demographic information, a sent to fulfillment date will be posted below. Sent to fulfillment, okay, on the 7th. Once processed, normally within 7 to 10 days, a shipped status and a complete date will be posted. If, what do I mean? Well, how are they gonna know if, oh, they're gonna know if they get it to me, okay. If after 8 weeks, the ship date, you have not received your certificate kit, please click the help button. Okay, nice, yeah, mine's shipped. I suppose that when it gets here, it's gonna change to complete, so I'm just gonna guess that it's not in my mailbox. But it was, they're projecting the 17th. 10 days after the 7th, okay. It's the 13th. So, I don't know what this is. Oh. Okay. Let's see. I think this can be just, honestly, they're gonna make that just like one thing, all on one. I don't think I gotta break that up. Paste it all in here. Maybe. I don't know. I guess. Oh. Actually, this was not. There was another section I missed. Oh, wait. I don't have to copy that. I can just delete it. What? There we go. I could break it up. I don't like a lot of scrolling on each page. I want each page to be relatively not a lot. Let's see, okay. I should create this as a page because I have multiple things referencing it now, which means that it should be a separate page. General principles. Actually, no, never mind. This doesn't really see. Okay, I see. Okay, I see what we have to do here. We have to what are the general principles? First principle, fair information practice principles. Yeah, that's just like one bullet there. This one can be data life cycle principles, maybe? Data life cycle management? Management principles? Something like that. That's better. Now I have a table of contents here. Okay, now I want to look for the setting, because I know it was here, man. I saw it when I was first looking at Obsidian, so I don't know where it could have gone. I gotta look at literally every single thing. Okay. Not here. Editor. The default view is a new markdown tab gets opened in. Editing view, reading view, okay. Default editing mode. Default editing mode, a new tab will start with live preview source mode. What is source mode? Oh, this. Oh, I see. Source mode isn't what before. Okay. No, I don't want that. I want live preview. Show editing mode in status bar? Where's the status bar? Oh, this thing? Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Display readable line length. Limit maximum line. Okay, if I turn that off, what'll... Yo, I didn't even know you can do that. I don't like this at all. That's terrible. Limit that. Strict line breaks. Mark down specs. Ignore single line breaks in reading view. Yes, I wanted to do that. I think... I didn't even know I wanted that. Wait, this is editing. No. What? Current view reading. Oh, okay. This is editing view. Wait a minute. Oh, I turned it off. Oh, I see. I see what I did. Okay. No, I want that. I thought that was something. I thought this was something else. Ignore single. No, I don't want to ignore single line breaks. Properties and document. Choose how properties are displayed at the top of notes. Select source to show the properties as hidden. I don't know what that did. Source. It's not doing anything. I don't know what that is. I'm just gonna keep it as visible. Fold heading. Yeah. Fold indent. Yeah. Show line numbers. Nah. Show indentation guides. Oh yeah, I like those. Auto pair brackets, auto pair markdown syntax, smart indent links. I thought it was supposed to be in here. Okay, so let's keep looking. Confirm file deletion, yes. Deleted files, system trash, yeah. Yeah. Automatically update internal links. Yeah, yeah. Default location, okay. New link format. What links to insert when auto-generating internal links. Okay, sure, that's fine. I guess I don't care too much about that. Use wiki links? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm using. Instead of markdown links and images. Yeah, WikiLinks is awesome. Detect all file extensions. You can link to them in the File Explorer? Yo, wait a minute, that could be good. But that means this might be good for PDFs. Well, no, because now I kind of figure out a way that I like to use it, so. Leave it on off. Attachments there, excluded files. Okay. Show inline title. Displays the file name as an editable title in line with the file contents. Oh, this was I think this was it. Okay, I see. Can I edit it in here? I can. But it's not actually in the document though. That's the thing, right? Like this is not gonna this is not actually a heading in the document. That's just displayed. Because that'll be a problem. I'll have to let's say I open this with like, oh, it's a markdown file. What can I open it with? Why is this? No, do list. What is this? Come on, man. I just want to open it with a text file. Where's my text edit? Open. Yeah. So that's the thing. So now is a major decision we have to make. Okay, this is a decision I'm gonna have to make. Because for longevity's sake, this is not actual heading. This is not an H1. This is not actually in the text. This is just the name of the file. So for longevity's sake, let's say Obsidian shuts down. All my files are text files. I want the heading or the name of the file to be the first heading. That's the deal. Everything up until this point is not using that, which means I'd have to add a heading to everything. See, I remember one of the tips was to turn this off, so that way. So, if I turn it off, show tab title bar, display the header at the top of every tab. What if I turn this off? What is that? Oh, that's the thing, okay. Yeah, I want that. Show ribbon. Yeah, I want that. Ribbon configure. Oh, you can configure this? Nice. Advanced native menus, window frame style. Obsidian frame. Oh, you have to do the no hidden. Okay, whatever. So what I want to do is I want to turn inline title off, and I would want this instead to be an H1, like this. Or do I want it here? How do I want to do this? Let's Obsidian. How are other people using it?
Almost a year ago, I started building this. It's true. In most, either starving, or you can order them in a linear way. Now, name it, but also choose a drive or OneDrive. This folder holds progress through. Let's get into a tracker of my daily word count for my writing habit. And to be honest, I don't use this folder that much because I prefer to keep not just books, but also called source material. Here I store the insights from anything I consume. Not just books, but also videos to my unsourced. But of course, we'll dive into, especially when I store all of them away using a hashtag, and that way avoid drowning in your notes later on. In this folder, I store all of the tags. And this sounds weird, like since when do you store tags? Now you can make tags the traditional way using a hashtag, and that does work, but I prefer a different approach, one that I think is more powerful. Instead, each of my tags is just an empty note. Let's say I'm writing a note about humility and leadership. Now, of course, one of the tags is going to be humility, which is a topic I'm interested in. To apply the tag to the note, I have to make a link to it. To do this, I type the square bracket button twice, and then this brackets. Once I click on the link, it automatically, but what top of the tags for do is like, worry, how am I going to navigate this? It's just too much from last tag gets big enough, as in you've connected a content logical structure. And this is super easy because our tags are empty notes, and we can just go into notes link so I can see a bigger one because it has 50 links. And then under these subheadings, I link all of the notes that fit that category. The idea of the topic is item. Now it sounds to be you want a period section. As you get to do with this huge plugins, you might just be careful. This system, to clarify, this is just a random note because sometimes I like to be able to generate a random note. But to clarify, this is just my personal preference. You don't need them. And maybe after you've got you down in the menu, it's empty. Select the folder that you creation. In the settings, go to the template section and press Ctrl T because we haven't yet created a template. Paste the contents onto an empty note, and this gives you some and time in between the squiggly brackets, automatically categorizing the note. A hashtag all of the subheading or heading called. Under this, you want to leave some blank space so you can add things. And the more hashtags you add, the smaller the subheading will be. Under this, you want to leave some blank space so you can actually have room to write your notes. Then at the bottom, make a heading called reference. Here you're going to link to the source material. Again, it's super simple. Those that work with. You can paste contents onto an empty note, and this gives you some basic structure to work with. It lives in the templates folder, and because of the setting we changed earlier, Obsidian knows that this is the template. You can copy my template for now. At the top you can see date and time in between the squiggly brackets. Now I don't actually know the name of those, but the point of them is that once you create a new note, the date and time will automatically go there. Below this is status and tag. This is where you add some important information for categorizing the note. You'll see this in a bit, it's super simple. Next you have the title of the note, and once you type in the title, again, it's automatically going to be pasted here. To make it big and bold like you see here, you simply put a hashtag followed by a space. You can add multiple hashtags to make subheadings, and the more hashtags you add, the smaller the subheading will be. Under this, you want to leave some blank space so you can actually have room to write your notes. Then at the bottom, make a heading called reference. Here you're going to link to the source material, but also any other similar notes. From here, the setup is complete, so well done. I haven't touched these settings since I began this system, so thankfully from here, it's a low maintenance process. Now let me walk you through the fun part, how you can actually write these notes. To create a new note, you press Ctrl O. Now this will bring up a menu, and in the search bar, you can type in the title of your note and then press Shift plus Enter to create it. The good thing about this menu is that it works as a search bar. So if you type in something and you have a similar, and when I type in avoid writing the same note twice, which does happen, because you might write to note months in, helps me avoid writing the same note, similar notes will come up. Anything with purpose in the title. This helps me avoid writing the same note twice. Notes will come up. Anything with about purpose. And when I type in purpose, similar example, I might want to create a new note about purpose. And when I type in purpose, similar notes will come up. Anything with purpose in the title. This helps me avoid writing the same note twice, which does happen, because you might write to note months in the past and completely forget about it. If I have already written a note, I can simply jump back into it and maybe elaborate and add something. But of course, if the note doesn't exist, then congratulations, you made a new one. Once you create your new note, it's going to be blank, and you want your template to be pasted on top of it. To do that, press Ctrl T, which is the hotkey for your template, and then you'll see the one you created pop up. Press that one. And within a second, this slaps some structure into your note, and it sets you up for writing without hesitation. Now for the writing itself. You want your start to finish or insightful book. This guy is a cartel member. he had first-hand experience, which I found interesting. I have read this book, but now I'm in the note-taking stage where I run through the book again from start to finish, and I look for anywhere I took notes. I then give these notes a formal write-up to solidify them. To start off with, I make a new note in the source materials folder. I give it the title of the book. And of course, if it was an online source, I would add the link here too. This is a book, so there's no need for that. Whenever I encounter a note in the paperback, or maybe something I underlined that was interesting, I make sure to write the page number down and maybe a relevant quote. Below this note, I then expand on the topic in my own words. I talk about my thoughts on it, maybe what it reminded me of, or even just explain it to myself in a way that I understand. Now, it's so important to use your own words here, otherwise you risk falling into passive learning. Of course, it's easy to just copy the quote and move on, but because this is a quick process, you're not really forced to think about it. So if you want to remember more and actually understand what you read, it's best to take the time to flesh it out as you see it. This forces your mind to reflect, to think, and to truly dwell on the ideas. My first note here is about how Martin Corona, the author, felt extreme loyalty to his fellow gang members, even early on when he was on the streets. I have a page number, I have a quote, and below it I expanded on the idea. I explained how loyalty was the close connection. If it helps the idea you want or as much as you want, start at the top, and I put a new tab to the side. By pressing Ctrl O, I bring up the search menu, and of course I insert that. And there you go, there's the full note. The notes from the source material were in context, but these ones, the main notes, are not. This means that it just standardizes them, and it lets them in the source to think about. The main note gives me a chance to take all of that and wrap it up as a key idea or a key takeaway. I explained this process a little bit more in a past video, so I'll try and remember to link that here. For example, this note I've created says that criminal gangs are united by a deep sense of loyalty and belonging. Now, this makes no mention of Martin Corona, the cartel member, but what it does mention is the bigger picture, the thing I want to walk away with. Of course, you can reference people or events directly from the book, but be sure to explain it. You want to be able to return to these notes and actually understand what's going on immediately. Let's now go through the notes from top to bottom. The status tag is not that important, and honestly you can do without it. I will use it for two things. First, I'll either write #baby, #child, or #adult. This sounds weird, but all it means is how developed the note is. If the note is new, it's badly written and maybe unconnected, I'll write #baby, which tells me it's kind of in its young stage. Once I write more, edit the notes and connect it to other things, I can upgrade that status to child and then adult. All this does is help me know which notes maybe need more attention and more work. Again, this is a less important feature, so please feel free to remove it from your template. If the note contains a quote, I also like to put #quote in this section. I love to use quotes in my writing because I feel like it's a punchy way to get your message forward. So by putting #quote, it just lets me find them more easily. Next comes the tag section. Now, we've already talked about how to make tags, but I must confess, this part can be tricky. For months, I looked for advice on how to tag my notes properly. How specific should I be? How many tags should I add? Should I do it according to my interests or the subject? I had all these unanswered questions and I was lost for direction. I want you to avoid the same rabbit hole. So here are some pointers for effective tagging, ones that I learned the hard way. First, try to avoid tags that are too vague. Now, for example, I'm technically into self-improvement, but what does that even mean? It's such a vague idea. That could mean fitness, it could mean health, it could mean business, it could mean religion, it could mean all sorts of different things. If I showed you a note that said self-improvement, you can't really guess what's inside. Of course, you don't want it to be too precise either, otherwise you'll end up never using it again. You want it to be somewhere in the middle. When I feel the need to create a new tag, I ask myself a simple question. Will I ever use this tag again? Is there anything I might come across that will also have this tag? Another tip that has saved me so much irritation in tagging is to keep tags related to your interests rather than what other people will think is a common category. The most obvious tags will be things like fitness, sociology, maths, things like that. Now, those make sense in the wider world, but this is your system, so the tag should serve you above all. For example, I have a tag called dangers to male-female relationships. Now, this sounds quite weird. It's not a category of content you hear about every day. It may be a bit niche and precise, but it works for me because it's something I'm interested in. I know for a fact that I'm going to encounter more ideas that's going to be relevant to this topic, and this means that the tags are serving my interests and not necessarily what the rest of the world is thinking. Remember, this system is your second brain. It doesn't belong to anyone else, and that means the tag should serve you and you alone. In the early stage of this system, you're going to find yourself creating loads of new tags, but remember, after creating one and moving it to your tag section, you can infinitely reuse it as you progress and
use. This code block, when you click away from it, renders the data view query and becomes a table silicon. After you existing mark, do as it says and create a new node with Control or Command N. For this demo works by pressing link Obsidian, like Slack, Discord, many websites, and sometimes Facebook, depending on the phase of the moon, formats text using a lightweight standard called Markdown. Markdown is really simple to use and is designed to look good in both plain text and rendered as rich text, unlike HTML, which is unreadable by most people unless rendered in a browser. Here we've got using double of formatting note and added a few tasks for myself using Markdown checkboxes and some tags. We'll see both of Obsidian. Hit Ctrl P. Know exactly actually white booch and about prefer. It's all just plain text files. Notes orange and in red is my video schedule main note. Very pretty. Let's click back to our original How Does the Web Work note. There are no Markdown links here, but I've clicked the Backlinks tab on the right, and we can see that the web browser note links back to this note. This, for database nerds, is like a foreign key relationship. A list of all notes that links back to the note you are currently reading. Obsidian allows you to follow links both ways along your knowledge graph, allowing you to explore your brain. You click normal links to get from the web browser note to the other two notes on the right, and to go back, you follow the automatically generated backlinks. If we open the DNS resolution note again, we can see the backlink to the web browser note here too. Two notes on the right explore related to the backlinks notes orange and of my Obsidian students and researchers, pay attention. All this works on mobile, by the way, perfectly synced with Obsidian Sync or whatever method you would prefer. It's all just plain text files. This is an example of my mature-ish graph, by the way. I've coloured Lost Terminal scripts green, my daily journal notes orange, and in red is my video schedule main note. Very pretty. Let's click back to our original How Does the Web Work note. There are no Markdown links here, but I've clicked the Backlinks tab on the right, and we can see that the web browser note links back to this note. This, for database nerds, is like a foreign key relationship. A list of all notes that links back to the note you are currently reading. Obsidian allows you to follow links both ways along your knowledge graph, allowing you to explore your brain. You click normal links to get from the web browser note to the other two notes on the right, and to go back, you follow the automatically generated backlinks. If we open the DNS resolution note again, we can see the backlink to the web browser note here too. Let's open that web browser note. You can see in purple the links we just saw, but I also have clicked on the outgoing links tab on the right, and we can see them there too. Note the two different icons indicating a link to a page that exists and pages that don't exist. Same as the white and grey nodes on our graph, same as the bright and dim purple links in the note body itself. Okay. Tutorial over. Go test it out for yourself. It's way easier in person. Let's look at the plugins. Plugins change the way Obsidian behaves in small or large ways, up to and including embedding entirely new ways of working with your data, like here, the built-in Canvas plugin, which I used earlier. This allows, instead of working with your notes in tabs or splits or windows, you to throw them on a canvas in whatever layout you would like. Notice that I'm actually editing the web browser note in this screenshot. It's not just about the layout. How does Notion store Canvas data? There are limits to Markdown, of course. The standard for storing non-document data is a human-readable JSON file. Canvas and all the other plugins store their metadata in this portable format. No binary databases anywhere. Everything is in plain text. All native Obsidian functionality can be toggled on and off inside the settings. Most of the core plugins are enabled by default, though if you would prefer a more minimal, streamlined app, you could turn them all off and still have the best Markdown editor on the planet. There are a few plugins disabled by default. Publish, Sync, Slides, and Workspaces are the big ones. One that is enabled by default that I will highlight is tag support. You can tag your notes in two main ways, in the body of the note with a hashtag or in the front matter of the page. The front matter is a section of configuration at the
Oh, I see. Backlinks to this page. Outgoing links from this page. Oh, I thought this was going to be like... I thought this was with like what you know, this is going back to what listed here, but that's not the case. Okay, so you do want to add that. What is this? Oh, I see. What is this? It's not even the page I'm on, bro. Oh, now it's updated. Okay, that's cool. I don't think I need to do anything with that though.
Start of the document where you can add your own keys and values, and plugins can then act on this metadata. The built-in tag plugin, for instance, reads the list of tags from this front matter as well as inside the body of the note. Front matter is in YAML format, another open standard. Now that I've tagged the How Does the Web Work document with Research Web and To-Do tags, they show up on the graph, by default in a different colour. I also added some tags to the other documents at the same time. You can search for tags, like here in the top left I'm searching for all notes with the DNS tag. There's only one result, of course. Linear folder organization is a little restrictive, so let's install the Tag Folder plugin from Community Plugins in Obsidian Settings. This plugin shows tags like folders. Here on the left, you can search through nested tags in a folder-like structure. These are the two main ways of organizing your Obsidian Vault, by the way: tags or folders. You can either have no folders, organizing everything with tags, or a traditional folder tree. I'm not sure which is best. Try them both. Now we're going to unlock Obsidian's real power with the Data View plugin. I think this plugin should be built in. It's so ubiquitous. Install it, and then in the Data View settings, enable all the query toggles at the top here. Side note, Markdown has a way to add code snippets, perhaps HTML, JavaScript, or any other code you would like inside triple backticks, with an optional name for syntax highlighting on the first line. This is handy for writing code documentation of any kind, not just programming, but wiki markup, BB code, Discord formatting, or anything like that. And DataView uses it to encode its queries. DataView allows you to treat your vault, your brain, your collection of linked tagged Markdown files, as a database. You can query this database simply using SQL, or get programmatic access to it using inline JavaScript. If you know how to code, you can already imagine how the JavaScript query SDK works, so I will focus on simple SQL queries, which are what most non-programmers will use. This code block, when you click away from it, renders the DataView query, and becomes a table listing all nodes tagged to do, ordered by their creation time. DataView can filter notes by is primary front matter. This will open up a location search for any place in the world. The results provided by OpenStreetMap, Obsidian becomes exponentially more useful. I've run out of time. They're so exponentially greater, and
It's kind of cool. I'm gonna look at that. Wait, where was I just looking at this? Oh, down here, it's all the down
When people ask me how I organize my Obsidian vault, I hesitate to tell them. It seems like a lot of people do often. We're starting with what I use the least, and that's tags. So I really don't process and a feedback is analysis. And I also really like that as I'm typing, I can see the categories that I've chosen before. So I'm gonna hit enter.
Does not exist. What is this? What is this? You mean YouTube is blocked? How is YouTube error blocked by response? Okay, man, you're just gonna cause problems for me.
When people ask me how I organize my Obsidian vault, I hesitate to tell them. It seems like categories that I've chosen before. So I'm gonna hit enter to that one. Now here on the to it to nest those tags. And what that means is that the feedback and anything else I put on there are going to be nested. Sometimes I'll put against every single thing that I was talking about in the philosophy before. Not the least of which is that you can't put a note in more than one folder at the same time. But I do think that there is one thing that folders are really good at, and that's to establish some sort of namespace. A namespace in programming is like a bucket. Sometimes it's for an environment or something. It's basically a way to collect like items, and it also is a way of restricting scope so that if you are in one namespace, then you're not touching the other namespaces. And for that, I use folders. So I do use folders more than I use tags, but you might still be shocked at how few, just like good practice I put here. So mostly these are graphics, but sometimes they're PDFs. And I put them all in this one folder so that I don't have to worry about having assets in different folders. And I know everything else that's not in the assets folder is a markdown file. I have a databases folder here, and then I have two different kind of databases that I track in Obsidian. One is Kickstarter or crowdfunding projects. I'll show you that a little bit later. I also have this video database where I'm trying to keep track of all of the videos that I create for this channel, but also for work. Those I'm packaging it up into something later on. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to handle that. For now, it is its own folder, and this section is more heavily structured because the intention is for other people to go through this structure. And that is something that folders are good at. They are better for when you're sharing it with somebody else. It is much more recognizable because people, if you initial text generator template, show that meetings, no, for now, just because there are a lot of them. Actually, I'm going to turn on a plugin so that you can better see how things are organized. So this novel word count plugin shows how many words and how many notes are in each bucket. I just thought it might be a good way for you all to see how I kind of break it up. I have scripts, however, they are all JavaScript files, and so although I have them as a separate folder in Obsidian, they don't actually show up in Obsidian. But I think these friends, this is the structure. This is also reiterated for all of the videos, so block version that peaks by. I use some other methods of organization. That's it. And here. So just to I think it could also put them in there and that's it, and tweak endlessly. So instead, I use something that you might have heard being referred to as a map of content. I think it could also be like a parent note or something. When you go to my Obsidian Publish site, this is the starting page for it. It's called Fork My Brain, and I try to keep this fairly updated. I look at the topics that I write a lot about, and I try to make sure that they're represented here. So just to show you the outline, I've got tech and software, taking notes and making stuff, TTRPGs, and then within each kind of subsection, I have specific notes that are also like maps of content in themselves. For example, if I click on performance testing here, it defines performance testing, but it might also have a video that I created, and it links to other pages. A map of content is basically a list of these pages and other notes. So you might think that I could have had just like a performance testing folder, and then I could have had all of these links within it. And while that's true, I wouldn't be able to add some nuance to it. So let's look at, for example, this page, Ops Tools. On this page, I have a bunch of notes linked, and I'm not only linking them, I have a bunch of, look at, for example, this page, Ops Tools. On this page, I have a bunch of notes linked, and I'm not only linking them, I'm also adding the site, because I know that when I'm looking for different tools to use for software operations and DevOps, I'm going to probably want to check out their site. And in some cases, I also say like, oh, this one's deprecated, but I'm just still putting it here for completeness. And I'm able to separate different kinds of operations tools. I can embed other maps of content, like in this case, monitoring tools is a separate page, and I'm embedding it within the ops tools page as well. So here I'm adding more context, like I'm saying that Grafana Loki works well with Prometheus, or that OpenTelemetry is the merger between OpenTracing and OpenCensus. Those are things that you can't really add with folders. So that's links. The other thing that I use heavily for organization are data view queries. For example, I showed you the Kickstarter's database earlier in the folders. However, that's really just to keep everything in and the summary of that.
Almost
Obsidian is my long form setup like this fake during this video. PDF documents to your notes, but they need a place to live, and that's so when I'm done, I just move a document to the archive folder and I can search for it at any time. There's two different types of settings and change their behavior. There's the party font, so you'll need an also tweak the color scheme of border. Instead of going over every tweak, I will put a config file and everything else I mentioned, including plugins, in the description below. In order for make this text, edit it, and put it in different places, which is not something if you're doing a header or two underscores on either side, birthday or Christmas or whatever, new documents default to. This is something you can change in settings. Now I just use this as a with other people. Now in Obsidian, I have a folder called Quick Note, and I put an underscore in front of this Quick Note, so that way this folder is always at the very top of my list. This is the folder I have new documents default to. This is something you can change in settings. Now I just use this as a place to quickly capture notes and ideas. I go through this folder about once a day, delete stuff I'm done with, like if it was like, hey, you need to go to this particular address. In Obsidian documents, if you type two open brackets, you Obsidian in your document as well. Just type the exclamation mark first, then you can also see this on the right side pane as well. This is a way to see how things are linked together. Now, one of the core features of Obsidian is its tab and split view system. This is around this with some built-in features in Obsidian. If around this with a feature that split to the right between the two. I often use this when I'm working on a big script or document and I want to reference like a research note, where a place that I might like have a bunch of unorganized thoughts, links, PDF documents, images, whatever. Obsidian has a decent when searching. This is can exist and hit enter. It will then create a new document with as the extremely fast. It's the insertion point right in the search field, so you can hotkey feature and P on and commands R.
Hello, my name is Callum, also known as Wanderloots, and welcome to Application in the Future. Okay, now that you have a bit of a better understanding on how to format, opened a new note, and you've seen. So what's really nice about operating with Markdown is that these files can be read off by default, and in my opinion, it should for sure be on. So let's say I wanted to talk about how code relates to the emergent ideas rather than emergent ideas. A lot that you can do here, so I recommend bridging both the core with your intuitive perfection is never possible management system, and then I'll talk briefly links. So this is off by emergent ideas. I want to talk emergent update the link in code just once. Let's just make change the title of a note. It will automatically change all of the references to that note throughout your vault. Let's take a look at appearance thing. You can also take a look at themes, which completely you can click on the code. Always go back to the I recommend let's switch on keys so that you can key. So I could now if I want to get shown you how you can create notes, how you can link notes, and how you can create folders. This is where I would say most note-taking systems end. Already, compared to existing note systems, you've got your graph view, which shows you a really nice visual representation on how your notes are connected. And you've got a way that you can sort your folders and view them as pages. But the true power of Obsidian comes when we start to get into plugins. But what is a plugin? So a plugin is effectively an interpreter. And what I mean by that is inside your Obsidian vault, you have all of your Markdown files, which are shown on the side here. And a plugin can take these Markdown notes and it can interpret it and can display it in different ways. It can extract information from the notes and format it in a way that you find useful. So as you can see, most of the core plugins are turned on by default. I've actually shown you a couple of the features of the core plugins, like backlinks and files that allow you to view the folders in your vault. And this is enabled in this setting here. So if you don't want any of these features, you can turn them off. So I have all of the core plugins turned on except for Publish, which is a paid service, and Sync, which is also a paid service. So if, for example, you don't want to use iCloud or Dropbox or OneDrive to sync your vault from your mobile to your desktop, you can pay for Sync, which costs roughly $5 a month, and that will create an automatic sync between your devices. A lot of people very highly recommend it. If you want a perfect syncing system for your devices and paying $5 a month doesn't bother you, then I recommend turning on Sync so that you can have that perfect syncing system. Rather than using Obsidian Publish, I created a digital garden using the Digital Garden plugin that allows me to create a website based on my notes. So if you can see here, this Wanderloots words at wanderloots.xyz, this is exactly showing my vault, but select portions of it that I've chosen to make public to express onto my website. So personally, and Publish, your plugin that I wanted to show you is the templates plugin. So a template is a but what I view as a system folder rather than something that I'm using for my own organization. So we can click on that and reference, create a pod and not information is to improve on them.
How does this work? Oh, is that only for templates? Or do something like that? Oh, I already have this. Okay.
and you can continuously speed up your capturing. It's going to be one power front matter to appear on the top here. So able to add properties in the front matter or the top of the note. So I can click add file property, and a list begins to appear on the top here. So for example, I can create a reference link as a property, and then I could include
I just came up with that, or I just found out about that.
a URL here so that I can easily go back to it. And this way I don't need to have a reference link inside of my source template, because I can instead reference it in the property. Click is make a lot of just speed up your create time. It's full, and I can reference the templates folder. Now, if I wanted to create a new note, let's say I wanted to create this link ending in knowledge and information that or could look like. Well, let's say that I wanted to create a source template, because I know that every time I get a book or a podcast or a movie or have a conversation and I want to keep track of my understanding and knowledge and information that I gained from that source, I want to create a source template that helps me keep track of the information and where I got it from. So I can, for example, have a reference link, a few different headings, and I can take this source template. Remember, I created my hotkey of Command-Shift-M. Press Command-Shift-M to move into the templates folder. So now if I wanted to create a new note, let's say I wanted to create a note for the book Building a Second Brain that I referenced earlier, I can press Command P, search for template, and click Insert Template. And I can reference the templates folder here and source template, and it automatically pulls all of the headings that I added to my source template into this new note that I took. This is really powerful because over time, you can iterate, you can build on your templates as you find different ways to improve on them, and you can continuously use them every time you have a repeatable note, like a source, that allows you to just speed up your creation flow. That way you don't have to think about the formatting, you can just think and focus more about the capturing of your notes. But for example, having a reference link as a heading doesn't really make a lot of sense, because it's just going to be one single link that perhaps I link to Amazon for where I got that book. So another really powerful element of, in particular, templates is that you're able to add properties in the front matter or the top of the note. So I can click add file property, and a list begins to appear on the top here. So for example, I can create a reference link as a property, and then I could include a URL here so that I can easily go back to it. And this way I don't need to have a reference link inside of my source template, because I can instead reference it in the properties on the top. Now, another really powerful element is the use of tags. So for example, I can put a tag of #source inside of my source template, so that when I open my Building a Second Brain note and I insert the template again, I can see that the properties have now come in. So this is a really cool way to add different elements that you can build up front as a part of your template, so that you don't have to think about how you're organizing your notes. Because what's cool about tags, if we go back to the core plugins, we can see that there's a tags view. So if I go back up to the sidebar on the top right, there's now a tags option here. So I can see all of the notes that have the tag #source. Some people, rather than using folders to structure their notes, just use tags, because rather than creating a folder on the side and then moving a note into the folder, I can just give my sources the tag #source, and it will automatically create effectively a folder structure on the side. So the choice is completely up to you. I tend to use both tags and folders, and sometimes I use tags to move my notes into folders, which I'll talk about more in my tutorial on automatic folders in Obsidian to create inboxes and indexes. Okay, so now that you understand how tags work, I also want to quickly talk about the concept of topics. Some people use topics and some people use tags. For example, Building a Second Brain is a book that's about second brains. So I could create a tag for everything related to second brains so that I can keep an organization of the notes that reference that topic. As an alternative though, and something that's really powerful in Obsidian, is I can use a note as a topic to organize my notes. So I could create one called Second Brain and create a link within a topic section. Now every time I reference a book that has to do with Second Brain, and create a link within a topic section. Now every time I reference a book that has to do with second brains, for example, how to take smart notes, I can add the topic of Second Brain, and then if I go back to my graph view, I can see that there's a note called Second Brain that links to Building a Second Brain and how to take smart notes. But that note has...
Oh, I didn't even know about that. I don't even need this. This is just like metadata. So I don't need that. So you telling me that I can do What is this? I don't know how to do that. Oh wait, what? I don't know what you want me to do. Oh, just like that? Oh, what the? Okay, I see. Links. What are aliases? I don't know what that is. So I don't even need this. If I do. Wait a minute. Oh, because I didn't. Okay, let me. And then what do I do here? Yo, that's actually better. That's way better. That's kind of cool. this is a game changer, man. This is a game changer. So links can just be here.
Hasn't been created yet. So I can just keep that note empty and use it as a topic to organize my notes organically. And you'll notice that I keep having to go back through and add the same properties each time to each note. So what I'm going to do for a moment here is I'm going to just create a note template and add the property tags and topics. So my general rule of thumb between operating with tags and operating with topics is I use tags for a type of note, like what is. For example, I might not just have this be source, but also say book. I'm not going to have a topic called book because topics are more related to the subject matter of the book itself, not the fact that it is a book. So another tag could be an article, podcast, etc. And then my topics would be related to the actual substance of the source that I'm consuming. And that's just personally how I do it. But again, the goal here is for you to create whatever system works best for you. And I am working on a tutorial that goes deeper into topics and tags as a part of my molecular note system. Now that I've shown you templates, which is again one of the most powerful components of Obsidian, let's take a look at the rest of the core plugins. So we have backlinks. This just allows you to toggle on backlinks at the bottom of notes so that you can keep track of which notes are connected to each other. You can see here that there's no notes that reference this note, but if I go to Obsidian Vault, I can see all of the notes that link to Obsidian Vault. So it's up to you if you like this on by default or if you'd like to turn it off. Okay, let's take a look
What was that?
at Can Obsidian Vault. Notes that reference this note, keep track of which notes are connected to each other. You can see here that there's no notes that reference this note, but if I go to Obsidian Vault, I can see all of the notes that link to Obsidian Vault. So it's up to you if you like this. This just allows you to toggle on backlinks at the bottom.
Yo, what? That's crazy. Wait, what? I don't know what that did. Show backlinks at the bottom of notes. It's not doing anything. Wait, this is huge though.
Bottom of notes so that you can keep track of which notes are connected to each other. You can see here that there's no notes that reference this note, but if I go to Obsidian Vault, I can see
How is it? How do you have that?
toggle on backlinks at the bottom of notes so that you can keep track of which notes are connected to each other. You can see here that there's no notes that reference this note, but if I go to Obsidian Vault, I can see all of the notes.
How do you do that? Make backlinks show. Make backlinks at the bottom of notes. I don't understand. All I have is this. I don't know what this is doing. In new tabs by default. Oh, do I have to create a new thing? Okay, so what if I delete this? Come back here, make this again. Okay, yeah, it has to be on new notes. So this goes back to privacy issues. Oh, I see. That's crazy. I'm gonna redo all my templates. What is this though? Oh, it goes to private links mentioned. I don't understand. Why is it showing all of these unlinked mentions? This is the backlink? Yeah. Or this is just a link? Common law is a source of privacy law. Sources that's in here. How is so it's going inside of here? Why? Why is it showing links a whole layer deep?
That link to Obsidian Vault. So it's up to you if you like this on by default or if you'd like to turn it off. Okay, let's take a look at Canvas. If you're like me and you like a little more visual representation of your notes, you can actually use what's called the Canvas function. As a super quick overview on Canvas, Canvas allows you to take your notes and apply them in a visual format. I can drag this in and select a note, for example, building a second brain, and you can actually see the whole note here. I can also add cards. So I could say a great book, and then I can link these together in the Canvas view. So this is just more of a flowchart representation of your notes. You can apply my building a second brain note, get into keep track of your favorite moments of the day. Perhaps you have a journal section. You can really customize this note to be any form of template that you want. Now that we have the template starter kit, you can see here, there's been a bunch of different snapshots that show how this note turned on community plugins right away. You could have another one that shows all of your quotes from different books. So now that I've pasted in the data X's of my notes, data view, you put 3 ticks, which is by the tilde button on the top left of your keyboard. And that auto the data view or templater at the moment. I'm just trying to show you why. So I can introduce a tag, data view queries. So as you can see here, the graph view is starting to get pretty big, and over time, you're going to have a lot of notes. Here's a snapshot of my current vault. So you can see I've got roughly 2,000 notes in here. While some of the clusters have been pretty well organized, it starts to get a little overwhelming. So there are 2 different ways that we can deal with this. The first is that within graph view, we can open up settings, and we can apply filters. So I can introduce a tag, for example, and show the different tags that are used to organize my system. I can show which ones are attachments, like that code image. And I can remove the ghost notes. What we can also do is we can add groups of colors to help us see the different types of notes that we're creating. For example, let's say I want to create one that specifically searches for second brains, and I want to give it a purple color for Obsidian. Now we can see that all of the notes that are related to the topic of second brains have been turned purple. I could do the same thing with Obsidian, add a new group for second brain. This is just kind of a fun way to customize and make your graph view a little more intuitive for what works for you specifically. And one of my favorite features, you can actually animate the creation of the vault. So you can watch a time lapse of how this vault works over time. When you have 2,000 notes, that looks a lot more complicated, but it's cool to see my second brain growing over time. Literally, I can watch the structure emerge as the notes are animated. And the last feature is you can control the forces. So you can just see how closely the notes are clustered, which might give you different insights. For example, I didn't really realize how much of a grouping the Obsidian Starter Kit tutorial there was until I've increase the repel force a little bit. There, you can see a bit more of the different clusters in my system. Again, that's just one of the powerful ways that you can use visuals in Obsidian to better interpret your notes so that you can start to gain insight into what you've been doing. So that's the first way you can use the graph view. The second way is what's called the local graph view. So if you click the menu on the side here, open linked view, and open local graph. This opens a graph that's specifically local to how to take smart notes. I find personally it can be more powerful because I can actually expand the depth. I can go from one note length to a second degree. So now I can start to see how my trains of thought have worked in the past and how different notes connect to one another. This is a cool way to go back through and follow the journey of your thought so that hopefully you can identify new insights. We've spent some time building out our vault, adding new notes, and then linking these notes together. All of these notes are in Markdown format, which means that it's the most basic text format possible that almost every software now and in the future will be able to interpret. You'll be able to take this, for example, and connect it to an AI system like an LLM, a large language model, and then use something like ChatGPT to go through and ask questions about your notes. There's actually a ChatGPT plugin that will allow you to do that, but I do want to warn you that this might be giving you up your information for training models like ChatGPT to OpenAI directly, so you have to be careful and make sure to check the terms of use of the different software that you're using. But in the future, it will be a lot easier to have a local model, a local artificial intelligence like a personal assistant AI that will be able to go through and read all of your notes and perhaps give you insights here and there. This is just another reason why using Obsidian is a super powerful tool, especially in comparison to something like Notion, where you have to pay for Notion AI in order to use it. Because Obsidian is just using Markdown and it's freeware, you'll be able to use these notes in any way that you want to in the future, which really adds a lot of future proofing and really, I think, adds some comfort for knowing that this system is going to be one to use it. Super powerful tool, and perhaps give you insight into something like Notion, where another reason why using Obsidian is a super powerful tool, especially in comparison to something like Notion, where you have to pay for Notion AI in order to use it. Because Obsidian is just using Markdown and it's freeware, you'll be able to use these notes in any way that you want to in the future, which really adds a lot of future proofing and really, I think, adds some comfort for knowing that this system is going to be one that you can build potentially for the rest of your life. And there we have it. I hope that this overview shows you why you should be using Obsidian as part of your personal knowledge management system to help you keep track of information, ideas, thoughts, and knowledge that you're learning on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, so I kind of know what I want to do now, so that's crazy, but that's awesome that I completely have missed out on all of that. So I need to revamp all of my properties to be like this, basically. Links, tags, time. Wait, why do I have two of these? Oh, I see. How do I set this? I want it to be automatically set. This is great. This is awesome. Okay. Note template is this. That's it. Okay, so note template is good. I'm gonna change all the other ones. Course outline, template, bot objective, course outline, resources. Okay. Now I can basically just replace it with this. The properties thing. Links, tags, time. Or do I even need a links thing? I don't even need a links thing in here because it's gonna be at the bottom. Yeah, that's not needed. They're just tags. Course outline template, so that this could just be course. Class. Course. Class. Classes. Courses? I don't know. Course note. Note. Course note. What is a course note? So we can, we're setting this up now, baby. Well, let's do one at a time. Hold up. Let's slow down. Course outline. I don't need links, I don't think. Because if I'm gonna have. Say I open up this. Or. Great. Okay, I don't know. Guys, this goes back to here. Privacy issues goes back to there. Do I want to back out? I guess I could always add. I think maybe not. I think I don't need it. Just need tags. I can use tags more. This is a course. Course outline is going to be a whole new course. I mean, I just don't even need any of this now. All I have to do is add title. Should I have like that? Course outline template. Title, which is going to be the name of the course. Okay, that looks good. Daily note template. Okay, so same thing. Title. And this we don't need at all. Just properties. Tags. Add property. Date and time. I think I need this. How do I set it so it's like this? Is that how you do it? No. Is that how you do it? How do you do it? Oh, you do plus? Plus. Yeah. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Now we're talking. Tags? What would this be? Daily note did? this one's good. This one, what is this? Okay. This would be a class, right? Okay. That looks good. Do I even need the time? Like, what property should I add? I don't even know. You could add a CSS. Dude, that's crazy. You could add a CSS class. You could actually have this styled differently. That's awesome. This app is so good. Okay. Well, I could just convert everything just like standardly for now. Okay. Standard node template needs to be converted. Do I even need? I don't think I need links. Goodbye. Just tags. Tag for this? Not really. This is a standard node. Literature note. I don't use this. Yeah, I don't even need any of this. But we can still. It's probably tags. Literature note. I don't think I would use this for anything. Maybe book note. Book note template. Let's just start with that. So that way then this would be book. Again, time. I don't know what else I would need. Okay, I guess just. I don't really use this. If I ever use this, then I can go ahead and change, but for now that's fine. Course outline. Should this just be course? Course template. Course note template. Okay, let's see. Course outline. I want it to be labeled as a course. I want everything that's a course outline to be identified. Boom, course. Then I want also to be identified from where. What are the tags? Do I need links? This is links right here. I don't like the way it's implemented. I don't want any forward links. I just want backlink and that's it. Okay, but that's fine. I guess that's fine. What else do I need that for? And course note. Which course is it? course note. It's a course topic? Course topic, maybe? Course chapter? Course section. Topic note. Course topic. Course chapter. Course chapter. Course topic. Course section. Yeah, maybe course section is better. And then this, look, we just replace this with properties now that we know you can even do that to tags. No, this, I want this to be course. Which course is it? Yeah, I did pass the A+. I took the core 1 because I did core 2 first. I did the core 1 2 weeks ago. I did that the last day of October, Thursday, October 31st. Oh, I did that on Halloween. I did it on Halloween and I passed the core 1. So I got my digital badge and everything, but now I'm still waiting for like the paper to come in. I was able to pass. So I already got the core 2, so I'm getting the whole thing. Now I've started on my next class, which is about legal issues. Thanks, man. Thank you. What about you? Are you working on it? If you can remind me. Let's see. Okay, course here, links, tags, course tags, time. Okay. I think that's all I need here. Which one did I find harder? Probably core 2. But it's funny because I did better on core 2. So I guess by definition it was easier, but no, not necessarily. You can get a better score and it still be more difficult. So core 2 was more difficult. Core 1 was easier. But with core 1, it's like the way they ask the questions, which is what can trip you up on the problems. It wasn't so much about the actual content that was hard. It was kind of just the way they ask the questions, and then it could be like multiple different answers, so it's hard to know which one it is. So there's typically some sort of clue or word in the question or a certain topic that you have to just know more about that topic to be able to really hone in on the answer. That's what I noticed specifically for core 1. So like if they say, you're I don't even know, talking about like some wireless protocol, like if they're talking about Wi-Fi 5, then it might be hard to pick the answer, which is the correct answer, but they're expecting you to know certain aspects about Wi-Fi 5 when they said Wi-Fi 5 in the question. So you should know like all like the little pieces about it. Really? It was core 2 I kind of took a little bit ago, a couple months ago now, so the core 2 I thought was hard because to me it seemed like a lot of questions, but also it depends on who you're asking. Like for me, I've been a Mac OS user for like 12 years straight. I have not touched Windows. I would, at the thought of even using Windows, Windows is so terrible that. So for me, learning all of the software stuff for Windows was actually very valuable because I liked learning it, but it was also kind of hard. So maybe that's why. A lot of core 2 stuff was, I don't know, core 1 seemed pretty easy. The people within my school can do core 2 did core 1, most people in my school said core 1 is easier according to my school counselor, so I don't know. But either way, I would say like you have the same exact approach to both of them, and it's not that big of a difference between this one's easy and this one's hard. It's kind of like they're both kind of the same thing. You should expect the same with both of them, and maybe just depending on what you've studied and what topics naturally are easier for you to understand, and based off what questions they actually ask, that's gonna maybe like make one test harder than the other. But that could vary from each person according to those things. So it just kind of depends. But good luck with your studying on that. Let's see, course section. I think that's everything for this. What else? I think that's all of them. This one? Got that one. This one I'm adding the course here. I don't know if I need to, but I don't know. I did it all online, which it's kind of like it's kind of tricky for me because I've got a whole bunch of like, I don't know, it kind of gave me a scare because some of the tests said it wasn't like it wouldn't work, and so I'm trying to like figure out how to fix it on my laptop before like an hour before the exam. And that happened both times, but I was able to figure out whatever the problem was, and I think it had to do with me, like I had to turn off my firewall, and what else was it? There was some other stuff like that I had to figure out. I couldn't quite pinpoint it down, but after turning like everything off, all my firewalls, all my filtering, then I was able to get it to work. So I don't know, I'll probably do it again. What was it? I don't know, I gotta write down notes next time, but I did it online. Whatever you like better, whatever works for you better. Okay, I'm gonna go eat. I gotta go eat really quickly, so I will be back. at these templates. I think that's all of them. Do all of them have a title? Yeah. Okay. Now we're gonna have to change everything, but that's fine. Like this, I can. So now I want to add the template. This is a course outline template, but we already filled in this, so we don't need that. Properties just goes to the top. We don't need these anymore, or this. So it should look like that. Course. I'm gonna tag this as, well, maybe just course. I want this to be auto-filled. Enter. I guess I just have to click it. Well, that's fine. I don't know what other properties I would add, but I think just like that. Means every note needs to have a thing as well. No, that's fine. We'll just have to go back and go in through all of these now. That's fine. Eventually we'll have to do it for everything. So this would be course section template. What is this? Where did I go? Oh, no. Well, yeah, actually, yeah, technically. But this one had no real. Wait, what is this? Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, we don't need that. I think we just got rid of that. And that automatically fills in as the thing. Okay, good. Tags, there'll be no tagged course, I suppose. I can add a. I guess. In the properties. Why not? You can add links in here. C 8. Why not? Why not? I don't know why it's underlined with these aren't. And that's much cleaner now. Right here, just like that, so you don't need to put it on the page. There's no need, it just clutters everything. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, okay. Actually, we can just do this. And this one's just going to be a note template. Because we don't need to add any of the other stuff. Oh, but this should actually have the, this. play around with it, see, but see, this I don't like though. Linked mentions. This doesn't just have backlinks, it has all outgoing links, backlinks. What's the difference? See, I'm not understanding what the difference is here. This should be links that it's going to, so all of these basically, but backlinks. Oh, it's what's coming to this thing. Oh, I see, because all of these have this. So that's why these are all here. Pointing to this. Okay, I see, that's why. When they shouldn't, or they should? Maybe they shouldn't. We'll test it out, I guess, and this whole privacy issues section will be the test for this new formatting that I've got. What are these properties now for, then? Like, it's, well, whatever, I guess. This test page, we don't need it. Goodbye. Delete. So this should fix as I go through all of this. Reformat. Because I don't think I need to add links like this anymore. All of this now should just be delete. Note template. Bam. I don't really have to add anything else. I don't know if I even want this. Do I care for this thing? Don't need tags. I guess I could just add all of these. I don't know if I need that. Yeah, this goes back. But that's what this is for here. Whatever. And I also have the back button, okay. Same thing with this now. And we've got the automatic name there. Don't need properties for much right now at all. Links mentioned. There's no links in here. Oh, okay, I see. See, this is, oh, this is the backlink. Linked mentions. Okay, I see. You go to here and then the backlinks. Okay, these are all backlinks. This page is linked, is mentioned in these pages. Okay, I see. Which is the same thing as here. The thing that's throwing me off is this folder, because this is not a folder, but it replaced the caret or the arrow pointer with a folder for this here, so that's why. Oh, okay, so that's the page, and then this is the note. Unlinked mentions. I don't even know what that is. How could it be unlinked mention? And then outgoing links from this page. What is this? Graph view, tags, outline. Yeah, solid. Solid, solid, solid. And I have my shortcut here. This. Nice. It's much cleaner. Reading view. Something about properties I saw actually. There was a setting for this. Display somewhere. Appearance. Show inline title, show tab bar, show ribbon. Files and links. Display. Properties in document. Oh, that's what this is. Hidden source. What is source? Hidden. Yeah, that's the properties. So how do you edit them? I don't know what source is supposed to be. Oh, like this. Okay, I see. Yeah, I don't care for that. I want how it was. It's getting smaller, I think it is. Yeah. So now all of these are being, okay, I see. So as I fix all of this, okay, oh wait. I'm not an editor of it, okay. So I don't need all this now. So each page is going to have an H1 now. Because I was treating the title display as an H1 when it wasn't. So this is better. So let me do all this cleanup, then we're going to do the LinkedIn class. And that will probably be it for today. We'll see how long that takes, where I get. But this, okay, so go back to here. Note template. Does the note template, go to templates, open this up. Yeah, this has two things, that's the problem. Okay, here we go. something. Yeah, this is way better. Notes template. I don't know how I feel about this yet, but something is needed to be able to traverse links. It's in the sidebar. So maybe I just keep it in the sidebar. Should I move this? Should this be like, can there be a permanent outline there like that? Oh, this is gonna be a whole new, its own page though. Oh, I can move it in here though. Interesting, instead of there to here. Outlines make more sense on the left. Bookmarks. Yeah. Like that. Instead of there, yeah. Yeah, this is better for outlines here. This one doesn't have anything, any headings really, except for one. Dang, you could move stuff a lot of, there's so many panels here, this is so customizable, it's crazy. Oh wait, I should probably start this. Okay, we're going. What is this now? Tags. Courses and books and daily notes. We could probably get rid of these tags. Omnivore. Well, RIP Omnivore, so that's all I gotta say with that, about that. Graphy, we have that here. Yeah, we shouldn't have anything go. It should just mimic the structure of Wikipedia. Wikipedia doesn't have any backlinks. Wikipedia. Let's just go. Is there like a random page thing? No? What does this got here? English. They have a home page. In the news. Today's featured picture. This is cool actually. Wait, no. What's on this date? That's what I want. Okay, let's see. Apollo 12 launched from today. It's actually kind of cool. Wait. Okay, so Apollo 12 is the topic. Contents on the left here. The headings, right? Yeah. Yeah, they don't have like, backlinks. They just have links to. So if I click NASA, it doesn't go back to Apollo. Yeah, so that's how it should be. And then if I do want to traverse the links, I have that view. Okay. So I probably don't need this on the bottom here. Because I have it here. I just kind of don't like how that looks. And I have the back button. So I'm gonna take that away. Backlinks. I don't think I care for that. Off. I don't know how that works. The other things can turn on and off, but this one doesn't, so. In U tabs. Canvas, I like Canvas. What are the settings here? I don't use it though, but I do plan to. I want to use it for things. There's a lot of things that I want to use this someday. Let me open this actually. So this pans, and this zooms. Okay, and then command zooms. Okay, so up and down, scroll wheel up and down. Shift scroll wheel up and down is left and right. It's horizontal. Okay, so vertical, horizontal. And then command scroll wheel is to zoom. Yeah, I like that. Nice. I gotta use this for more stuff, man. It's such a cool thing. Okay. Okay, cool. So this is good now. You see, over time, you'll make the pages how you want them to be. Goodbye, enter, root tablet. Just like that. Now you don't need a table of contents links in here, although you can. But that's not how it should be. It should just be this and this. That's how you should traverse. That's way better. Automatically populates the title. Maybe I want this. I don't know yet. We'll play with it off. So I can just go back. I don't know. Maybe it'll be useful. Are there less? I think there's less. See, you don't really need tags if you have a map of content for organizing stuff. So I want to use tags for like other specific stuff. Don't know. I don't know. It's kind of redundant. It's just like one or the other. Actually, I can just turn that off in here, right? Style settings. Where was it? UI elements. Where's this? Oh, that thing? No, I want that. I don't need any of that. This. Enable file icons off. So now, what the? Oh, file. Okay, I see. It was not even the one. Folder icons off. File icons on. Yeah, I like the file icons. Floating vault title? What is that? I don't know. I don't see. Oh, down here? I don't know what that does. So now these won't be folders, but this won't be either. I don't know. We could always change it back. Sometimes I break things apart too much when I shouldn't. Like this one I should not, and I didn't, but should this have like a that? It's nice. Maybe it should. I think so. I think so. I think so. I think so. We'll test it out. We'll test it out. Like that. Oh, this is kind of, it's slowly updating. It's just some, okay, I see. Oh, these ones also source back. Oh, these ones shouldn't even be. these pages are big when you have all of them together. So should I get rid of this page, but then it messes up this whole thing. Like this page is not really needed. I missed all these though. These ones I gotta go back and do. That's why. That thing was blinding me, bro. I guess I gotta do these two. I think you should have it's very important to call the dates of these. So I think that's the right naming convention. I turned this off. Why are these still here? Did I not turn it off? I turned it off. I don't know. But I don't need those links because it'll show anyway. That's the thing, so that's good. Because it's all here. These I don't need these open. You can't even collapse. Manually do it. This button doesn't even work. This thing is off, so it's not working, but it's showing. We're rolling now. We're rolling now, baby. links itself. Oh no, this. See, now I have table of contents on the left here. Unless I put it underneath. Yo, like that. That's what I'm talking about. That's the way it should be. But when I open this, then it's gonna, yeah, that's fine. This probably doesn't need to be so, probably less like that. Now we're talking. I guess all of these are like I don't know, like, oh, okay, I see. Should tag this WGU. Where's this? Oh, okay, I see. I suppose I could. I don't know if it matters. Yeah, we'll keep it. So let's do a git add, git commit. This is going to be C841, and then this is privacy issues cleanup plus new template system with properties. Okay, now we can update iTerm. Let's close that. This is still on. What is going on? I turned it off. Okay, I guess it's permanent. Okay, reading view hides it automatically. What the? Okay, so let's in edit mode. Go reading view. Hides it automatically. It automatically hides the thing too. It collapses it and hides it, which is pretty cool actually. I like that. You could always edit the file name in here. Where's this? Well. Oh, so that's what this was. Well, don't need this anymore since goodbye omnivore. Okay.
Hello, my name is Callum, also known as Wanderloots, and welcome to this tutorial on Notebook LM, your personal knowledge assistant. Notebook LM is AI software by Google.
So that means I'm done with this now. I did that one, now I can, and I fixed this. Man, that's bright. They don't go to dark mode on this? I'm not signed in. What is this? It'll let me watch it without even signing in? Oh, come on. What is this? Back to being broken? I don't want this. Okay, now in this account.
Data and the information that is
Why is that my main account, bro? understanding prioritizing data privacy. Data privacy. What is this? No results for data privacy, bro. Oh, this one. Completed? What do you mean completed? Understand parameters. How could I have completed this in 2020, bro? How does that even make sense?
Information that is derived from that data is critical to the individual that it describes.
Did I watch this? How is that possible? I didn't. There's no way. Where's dark mode, bro? There's no dark mode, bro.
Critical and crucial to organizations that process that information, that would provide services and products and goods and experiences to that individual. Data and information is crucial for citizens and governments to interact in a positive, productive, and future-facing way. I'm Michelle Dennedy, founder of the Identity Project and co-author of the Privacy Engineers Manifesto. How do we use data? How do we explore data? How do we extract value and protect data? And how do we all get this done so that we can become true innovators to propel ourselves into a future that is data-centric, but doesn't leave behind the values that we hold so dear as a culture? I am the worst culprit of using and overusing jargons and acronyms, and I detest it when it happens to me. Every time I've started a new tech company, they all come up with like a 3-letter acronym for meeting, and it drives me nuts. So throughout the course, you're gonna hear jargon. It just is what it is. There are things like personally identifiable information that people know as PII. Some people use PI to cover that same acronym. Some people call it personal information. You'll hear data subject again and again, the individual described by data. You'll hear user as a euphemism for someone who is either being watched, observed, has access to, or some other interaction with a system. So I think it's really critical to understand that this is a field like any other where terms are starting to come together into industry jargon. Knowing this jargon will A, give you credibility with people leading in privacy and security. B, it'll make your visit to your lawyer cheaper because you'll understand what you're asking and what they're telling you. And it also will help to unify the discussion between IT security, IT operations, legal, privacy, marketing, HR, gluing together all of these disparate specialties that all have their own jargon with a common set of terms in data protection. It's the maturing process of the entire industry, and it's very valuable as a shorthand to just get things done and said more efficiently over time. Data privacy and security is one of those threads that ties together every industry and really every individual. If you think about data in its most personal sense, the data about your healthcare, your medical conditions, the number of children you have, their ages, your family members, your geography, all of these things obviously make a big deal of difference to each individual person. Now, moving out from that circle, how we find each other in space and time, who's allowed to meet with us and know where we are at what time, how do we have a space so that we can just go and be quiet and creative and turn everything off? All of those things are aspects of authorized sharing of information. What do I decide to share, with whom, and when? these foundational principles that are incredibly personal and individual extend out as you get to bigger and bigger groups of people, whether we are people within a classroom deciding what we need to learn and what the agenda is, whether we are people who are students who are all sitting and learning from content and trying to judge the veracity of the speaker or the quality of the information, whether we are citizens grappling with very difficult issues, deciding how many people should be saved by coming into our borders when they really need help, and how many should stay apart because we need our own jobs and we fear for national security reasons, whether that's valid or not. All of these decisions are based upon the data stories and the individual stories that come together that really form a basis of all of humanity. So I think that's why we all have a very big interest in understanding at the least and really getting in and innovating and thinking about data. So every day, each of us tells a data story. Sometimes it's recorded and sometimes not. And I think the thing to really grasp onto is to think very expansively about what that data is, how it's captured, and how it tells your story. So here's an example. You wake up in the morning and you call out to your home device and ask for a playlist of your favorite songs. You've told a story and had a data conversation. You get in your car and you notice that there's some sort of a detour, an accident up ahead. So you ask your GPS to reroute you. You've had a story, you've told a story, and someone else has received a story about you. So think about as we're driving along here, look at how many devices have some sort of an electrical impulse. So there's a traffic light there and I see a camera on top of it. There's probably 10,000 phones just in that apartment building alone. There's blinking sensors if someone is walking across the street. You get the picture. So data tells a story not just of the thing that's embedded or the device that exists or even the feed that one device gives off. But as you can see, as you move along here, there's someone recording my destination. They may not know me, they may not care about me, they may not even think that they're observing me, but I'm telling a story by my very act of being in a world of sensors and recordation. So if we think about collectively how many lives are impacted by the simple act of noticing, whether we're noticing in an ephemeral way because this traffic sign here records me as I flash by to tell me my speed and then doesn't save it, or in a more permanent way if I get a ticket and it goes into a public database where you can look up my name and find out that I could be a lousy driver. In any case, as we move about the world every day, data tells a story about each and every one of us. You get to work, maybe share pictures from a great trip that you had over the weekend, and people from all over the world, some of whom you don't even know, hit the like button or the smiley face or emoji button on your social sharing. You get on the phone and you collaborate with a WebEx call or a video call with the picture of your face shared with maybe millions of people or maybe just 10 people who are in different geographies. You've told a story. And so it goes every single day, not just in the work world, but in the play world, all around in our personal and our business lives. Data tells a story. So data can be analogized and compared to and actually processed, if you will, very similarly as can other versions of intellectual property. So if you think about intellectual property, it's the fruits of the mind, creativity, invention, or origin. So a trademark designates the origin of a product or a service and approximates its quality. What can you expect from a can of labeled soda pop? That's a trademark. And copyright is creativity and the fruits of the mind. And if you think about patents and patent law and design, it really is the protection in our laws and our cultures for people's inventive works, if you will. So if you think about data and think about how data actually works and operates in the world, while it may not be owned in the same sense as a piece of real property, a cup or a house or a piece of land, data certainly can have aspects of ownership. So for example, my name is Michelle Dennedy. Maybe that means nothing to you. Maybe that means, oh good, there's another course. Maybe it means, oh my gosh, here comes that crazy broad again. What's she gonna say next? All of those reactions and those interactions with that piece of data have something to do with me, but they now have something to do with you too. So that transaction and how data flows across networks, how that data is shared, processed, kept, deleted, all of those are ownership aspects. So when you think about data as similar to intellectual property, think about it as data in context, data that can be leveraged by someone, data that can harm someone, data that can build or show value, and data that is not just some sort of social exhaust where we collect it and collect it and collect it and it has no impact at all. I don't believe that data is ever a zero-sum game. I think there's always the opportunity to protect it, guard it, treat it with ethics, or ignore it, allow it to be stolen or mishandled or give false information. But a neutral zone where nothing bad or nothing good happens when you collect information, I don't think it exists. Why? Because data is a version of intellectual property. So I define privacy and data protection as the authorized processing of personally identifiable data according to FAIR principles. And we'll break all of that stuff down as we go along here. But personally identifiable information, identifying the asset under management, if you will, is really crucial to success. The standard definition is information that can alone or in combination with another data element describe a discrete individual. Now, there's a few analogies here that are very helpful, I think. So the name Michelle may or may not be private information. It's just a name. The name Michelle applied to this human carbon-based unit is now intellectual property. It's private. It's personally identifiable. Now notice that I tell people all the time what my name is. I share my business card. I'm on LinkedIn. I do all those good things. Secrecy is not central to the definition of personally identifiable information. That's a processing issue that we'll talk about later. The challenge in PII and why there's not just one rule. So many people ask me for one rule, just tell me what PII is. The difficulty is that the definition of PII is expanding along with our capabilities in data. So information that before was simply observational information that could never be associated with an individual can now be combined with other data elements and identify an individual. Secrecy is different from privacy, but I think it's often confused. I think when you hear the word privacy, and it depends where you were born and raised as well, it's also a cultural definition of privacy. Many people have said to me, well, this is information that I use in public, or this is information that other people can see about me when I put myself out there on social media. Secrecy is not synonymous with privacy. Confidentiality is not synonymous with privacy. Privacy is the authorized processing of personally identifiable information. Sometimes that processing means that I've given you a secret to keep. So I give you information, I give you my credit card to make a purchase. Violating my privacy is sharing that information for any other purpose than payment. On the other hand, I can go to a conference and have my name as the keynote speaker. Now, while you can't defame me by saying things that are untrue in public about me, you can share that information publicly and say, hey, I just saw Michelle Dennedy is going to be giving another talk on the difference between secrecy and privacy. Do you want to come on Saturday night? It's not secret information, but it's still PII, and it still is in that world of data governance. So there are 4 elements to the framework of a well-governed data system. 1, is the processing moral? 2, is the processing ethical? 3, is that processing legal? And 4, is that processing fair from cradle to grave? Is a system moral? In the past, I've seen systems where there's been an idea, it wasn't executed, thank goodness, to chip prisoners and have a permanent record of every bad thing that they've ever done based on an implanted chip under their skin, whether they wanted it or not. To me, that felt like a very huge moral disruptor isn't even a strong enough word. But there are certain codes of morality, I think, that we can agree on, even cross-culturally. So it has to be moral. That doesn't sound like a high bar, but you do have these conversations from time to time. Now, ethics, and I apologize to all my PhD ethicists out there, might not be the right definition for you. The way I prosecute this and execute it across the enterprise, when I look at ethics, I think about brand. So above and beyond what is a moral anathema, when I look at ethical violations, it is that way of treating someone in that consistent way that you know is right. It's right for your brand. It's at the right level of risk. It's at the right level of profanity. It's at the right level of humor. Ethics go across a wide range of activities and kind of nuance. So you start with moral. Is it moral? If it's not, out you go. Is it ethical? Does it fit with my personal brand? Does it fit with my company brand or even my national brand? Does it fit? Out it goes. So the third challenge is legal. What are the rules, regulation, case law, and local requirements that apply to that data? Now, sometimes it's not just the rules and regulations from one place or jurisdiction. It might be some individuals, as they travel around the world, get protection in their data protection wherever they go, according to their local laws. So it's trickier than you may think. But the third rung is it legal? If it's not, obviously we're not going to do it. If it is, or could be, then you go to the final step, which is really fairness. And fairness and ethics have a lot in common. We have something in privacy that's known as the FIPS, or the Fair Information Protection Principles. And these are principles that we've been debating and documenting since the 1960s, and they really pervade how we look at privacy, and they're really reflected in a lot of our laws and regulations today. But it really is looking at what is the proportionality of information collection, how does that information give an expectation to the data subject, the individual that information describes, and how is that information flowing through its entire life cycle from cradle to grave. And so when you look at that sort of parade of requirements for morality, ethics, legality, and fairness, once you've gone through that whole framework, you're good to go.
Bro, I did this already. How did I do? I've done this before? Yeah, it's liked. When did I do this? In 2020? Why? Why did I do this in 20? I don't even understand. I did all of this. They're recommending me stuff I've already done, bro.
Data in aggregate describes stories about communities and cultures. Data understands where value lies, sometimes where bad people want to disrupt things or make things worse, and we can discern what to do about that, all tied to data. So for me, it's really fascinating to look into how data is constantly organically moving, how we protect data, how we think about data, how we develop rules about data. And really, at the end of the day, data is a mirror of humanity. And what is more important to protect than data that helps us live our daily lives, that helps us record the history of our lives, and helps us really try to move forward as better and better societies for our kids and for future generations or people we may not even know. Data reflects value on all sorts of different levels. Maybe you've actually planned out your day by day, and you see on your calendar that your daughter's school play is at 7 p.m. that night. Data allows you to get to that play. It's not 7 o'clock that's critical to humanity. It's that getting there on time for something that's important to your daughter, for supporting your family. Data gets us there. Data describes stories about individual lives. Organizations care about data privacy and data because it brings value to that organization. Now, the fascinating thing is many organizations think they don't care. And I'll add, yet. Why haven't we cared until now? Well, we've been told that data is a commodity, that it's cheap to store data, that the processing power will grow every 18 months and chips will get smaller and faster and cheaper. And so technology, technology, technology. And so we've been really focused for many decades on technology. And don't get me wrong, I've been in technology my entire career and I love it. However, data is that core asset that helps you hire the right people, that helps you connect with your customers, that helps you satisfy your customers, that helps you understand how to build better products and services going forward, that helps you pivot and change and grow your business over time, that communicates with your investors. And its information and data will help you to put the comfortable right perimeter around data so that bad guys don't get in and break in, and good guys don't neglect data, drop it, and break it, and make it bad. So it's a balance. Organizations, just like they care about currency as inputs and exits, assets and liabilities, so too do organizations today, the forward-thinking ones, and will all organizations of tomorrow care about data. Depending on the situation, individuals may view privacy and private information differently. So I'll give you an easy example. I'm planning to meet you for coffee. I share with you my location and a time, and I show up at that location. Now, if you're my friend and I'm planning a surprise party for you, I'm probably not going to share the rest of the contacts that all of our family and friends have already been informed about that same location and time, and they're lying in wait to pop out and surprise you for your birthday. All of those contextual cues are different depending on the circumstance. Now, that may be a small example of contextualization, but if you can think about the different use cases over time, the information that you share with your doctor, I'm hoping is different than the information you share with all your coworkers. If you think about how data naturally flows in your life, you can understand how the scale out and use case of personally identifiable information context comes sharply into view. Trust is a really important element to build into our systems and our organizations. So how do we do it? Organizations can build trust by owning, operating, and governing systems that show that they are built, architected, and built with best interests in mind. That means the information that you processed is information that is at work for a certain purpose over time. Organizations can organize in a trustworthy manner, having individuals that are accountable for information throughout its life cycle and always have an eye on that data asset is critical to building trust and integrity into the system. Organizations can audit their systems. So audit to us sounds like a bad thing that happens at tax time. Audit in an organization that deals with personally identifiable information is a glorious thing. Looking across our networks and understanding where are those weaknesses, where are we doing well, where are our training programs really hitting home so that people genuinely care that the systems are up and running with metrics to prove that those systems are actually processing that information, making sure that it's working in a fair, ethical, moral, and legal fashion at all times, over time. That's how organizations can prove to the best of their ability that they are trustworthy, and then the trust will come over time with their employees and their consumers. Trust is created when we understand what the data is, what it's supposed to be doing and when, and how are we supporting that context with people, process, and technology. Once you have those elements in place, testing each one of those elements and saying, is this the right data that I have in this time? Is this the right people, process, and technology mechanism in context over time? And then testing it over again for quality. This is really how you start to generate trust and earn that trust over time so that the person interacting with a system is receiving benefit and quality from that system over time, and the organization understands their governance duties over this information and how they're interacting with the individual over time. This is how trust really goes beyond the brand name umbrella of your company and really goes down to what is that data transaction with an individual and groups of individuals over time. That's the essence of trust in the data protection systems. There's a very real phenomena that I call the data trust cliff. And that cliff happens as you're starting to build trust and you're starting to build a relationship, and that individual is giving you more and more and more, and then something happens, and usually very rapidly. The trust falls off a cliff. You've had a terrible security breach that should have been prevented. You have shared that information with third parties that that person didn't know about. You've not provided the services based on the deal that an individual made with you by sharing information. All of these things can lead to what we call the trust cliff, where suddenly where you've cultivated over time a really interesting data relationship that's based on trust and value and values, and suddenly all of that is lost. And you have to start over again by rebuilding that trust, if you can. There are a number of reasons for a trust cliff to occur. Whether a consumer has shared a lot of information and suddenly there's too much sharing or too much collection, or that information is just the tip of the information that a company has or an organization has observed about them and assimilated or even bought and put together about a consumer, that feels uncomfortable. That feels untrustworthy. That feels like a violation. Companies can fall off the trust cliff in that fashion. Trust cliffs can happen very suddenly as well, where suddenly you are seeing a doctor and you've shared all sorts of information and there's been an intruder. And you may still love your doctor, feel safe with that person as a practitioner, but suddenly it feels very unsafe to share private information about yourself. So it can be a security violation. It can be oversharing. It can be sharing unexpectedly. And it can be simply over-processing and over-collection and over-observation of information. All of these things lead consumers to a trust cliff that gets very difficult to recover from when you're sitting at the bottom as an organization. Consumers are hungry for transparency. They want to know what information is being collected about them, what they're required to share to get something, how that information will be processed and where oftentimes, and they want to know in a very simple fashion that they can understand. The last thing you want to do for one of your customers is present them with a 35-page, 6-point font written legal policy. Now, as a former attorney myself, my heart bleeds. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to read a 45-page privacy policy, but I'm an outlier here. I want to talk to your consumers in as clear, consistent, open, and honest a fashion as possible. But one of the most important elements of transparency for me is action. Consumers may want to know what you're doing, but most importantly, they want to know what you're doing about it. So having an avenue where consumers can ask you questions or tell you that they don't like a certain thing about how you're collecting information, or what they can do to simply correct information that either they put in by typing things incorrectly or maybe observed about them in an incorrect fashion. Having that access and right to correct is really important to the full picture and the full transparency of your systems. And I think every consumer really wants and deserves that. Transparency is also highly contextual. Individuals may want the service that you're providing, but they want to know how you're providing it. Let's use a concrete example of downloading an app on your phone because you want to Photoshop or edit photographs and share them with your friends. A critical piece of information is where are the photos being stored after you've doctored them and played with them and made them cool? And is that app accessing your other photographs that may be in the cloud or on your device or some other location? Individuals want to know what happens after the transaction is complete. So if I do business with your editing app, will you then share information and my photographs with individuals who may or may not live in my geography? When a story that is really built up and built by data is lost, or that story is changed in some way, or there's the transparency to that story is lost, there's a number of different things that can happen. We may not get the goods and services that we want. It may not meet our expectation anymore because the story that we've told in one way of communication isn't returned correctly in the other. Data that's lost or a story that's lost may result in a loss of integrity in the systems, because the systems are no longer accurately recording the stories that we wish to tell and the stories that enliven our digital economies. And it just may be as simple as data stories that are lost or stolen or hacked into may cause damage both to an organization and to an individual. That damage may include monetary penalties, of course, but more importantly, I think over time, integrity penalties, trust penalties, the inability for a consumer to trust that a system is telling the right story that will lead to the right result over time. And the further on these stories go wrong, or are not accurate, are not fair, are not proportionate to the use and the context, the harder it is for third parties who help that organization to provide goods and services to actually do their jobs. The harder it is for legal and corporate and financial advisors to advise an organization on how to grow, where to go next, what jurisdiction is stickiest and most responsive to the stories that are being told, and to the consumer who may fall off a trust cliff and be unable or unwilling to share information to further the story. So the story may end if the data is lost. Organizations suffer from the multiplier effect of data loss. It's not just one employee who's off trying to fix their credit report or get their insurance to be safe or their medical records to not have fraudulent entries. Organizations thrive and excel and grow based upon data sets and information and insights based on those data sets. So for example, here in Silicon Valley, we hire people based on their prior experience in many cases. We hire them based on what kind of credentialing for the highly technical people, or what is their reputation. So it's an economic issue for our employees to make sure that their backgrounds are what they say they are, because we hope that our employees are excellent. But but also for the organization itself. These people are difficult to find and recruit, and the best of the best is difficult and rare. And so if someone comes and steals a data set, such as an HR database or a recruiting database or a salary database, you can cause a great deal of harm and destruction based on just employee data. Now extend the metaphor even further out. Imagine a company that is unable to use navigation data to send out early repairs on cars, or to send directions out, or to see where packages are in the delivery cycle. I mean, you can do the math. You can come up with a million different scenarios where data is the delivery vehicle. Sometimes the insights drawn from data is the service. And we base our lives on these data sets and how they're interpreted and where they're going. And this is where organizations and governments and individual citizens all have a part to play in protecting data for the good of all of us. Vulnerability in the privacy context is a little bit different than vulnerability as we hear it in the security world, where vulnerability is really the surface of attack, where someone can get in or information can go out in an unexpected or even criminal way. Vulnerability in a data protection and privacy context is the vulnerability that is really shared. One side, the donor of the information, me, the carbon-based unit, the individual that shares information or uses services that process information. And on the other side, the organization that really builds its digital asset base based upon true, accurate, fair, moral, legal, and ethical information that it processes, those data stories that are processed by the organization that help serve the customer and also recruit and invite new and exciting employees. So the vulnerability in sharing information is always present. Am I sharing it correctly? Am I processing it correctly? Is this a story that is the story I want to tell? Is this the story that's told that will help me serve that individual better? So when an individual and an organization interface in a data exchange, there is vulnerability, but there is in that vulnerability the opportunity to build trust over time, to build a data asset over time, to build more and more trust over time that allows for the expansion of that story over time, over maybe even different product sets, and maybe even over new markets that have yet to be explored by that organization, or features that that individual has never even thought about. There are a lot of different things that happen when we sit in our vehicles and we move around in space together. And think about traffic lights are such a great convenience in many ways, where I know based on the rules and my learning those rules that when that light is green, as long as the coast is clear with relatively low risk, I can proceed forward. I also look at these light poles up on the sides. At night in this area, these light poles illuminate and they provide some security in a different way. So sometimes it's physical security for people walking across the road. Sometimes it's easier if your car breaks down and you want to stop and get it fixed and you're on a fairly major thoroughfare. There's a bunch of physical and crime fighting reasons. You know, these are security, physical and technical information security reasons to gather a good deal of data. You know, there's a sign up here, red light violation, $281 in fine. I always wonder about the dollar. Why not a nice round number? But that must be meaningful in some way. Collecting taxes based on violators incents other people to drive more safely. That's at least the theory, if not the reality. But the other side of this is they're gathering a lot of data. And so this is the constant sort of yin and yang of, are we collecting enough information to, in fact, keep us safe? To, in fact, collect the tax on bad driving, which is getting a traffic ticket? Is it enough reliable data to sense the roads to know when to repair them, or to make sure that there aren't so many traffic fatalities that something has gone wrong? Either the speed limit is too high, or so many people are on their phones, or it's just a congested area and you get gridlock and you get people feeling angry and trying to charge lights. A lot of that data can help that civic good, and I think that we can all agree on is a good thing. However, storing that data for excessive periods of time, sensing who we are in this vehicle, sniffing based on either license plate or proximity on our Wi-Fi on our phones, and suddenly showering us in unwanted advertisement, or even having someone like put a stop sign up in the road in front of, turning off a stoplight in front of my favorite donut shop. These are things that may feel convenient, but really we would find quite creepy and overly invasive in our lives, I think. Data breaches, data losses, data vulnerabilities, data mishaps. We hear the headlines every single day in the news. What happens when there is an attack, when there's a breach, when there's a loss? Can be a number of different things. So data that is not well governed and curated, and by curated I mean put into a place of pride, such as when you walk into a museum and you see pictures in a certain order and lighting in a certain way and the flow in a certain way. Data that's curated in a certain way, when it's attacked, can be its own vulnerability because you've put too much data out on show and someone has reached in and grabbed it and run away with it. Or you can have a back-end system where someone is actively hacking in. So what are these losses and who are these attackers? All sorts of different types of people, but I'll boil it down, particularly the knowing, willful, and criminal types of activities that really are the major concern of data breaches, rather than the lost laptop sitting in the pocket of your plane seat, which happens all the time, by the way. But in the case of a hacker or someone who's broken in or someone who is an insider in an organization stealing mass quantities of data, it goes back to the Wild West. Why do bank robbers rob banks? It's where the money is. Why did train robbers rob trains? It's where the money is. Why do hackers hack systems? It's where the money is. This is a digital economy. Guess what that economy is comprised of? Digital information. So the bad guys that are able to take information out of systems, either from the inside or from without, they will traffic it on the black market. They will pose as an individual that they are not and take on your integrity as their own to steal things, to hide from their own bad behavior, to harm you for no good reason, for sport. There's all sorts of different motivation, but I think the major driver today in most of these big hackers fall in the camps of greed and power. Nation states that are getting a leg up on one another, and folks who are simply profiting off of the good name and the clear, intact, good data stories of innocent citizens. It's a crime. It's not just a technology glitch. What should you do in the face of a breach or theft or some other doubt that's thrown on your data sets? There's a number of different things that you need to do. One, you should practice before this even happens. You should have tabletop exercises and let your mind run wild. Go watch some scary TV shows about dystopian futures and then play them out in your mind. Be creative and imagine all the different ways that data may be used or misused, either to enrich another third party, harm your customers, harm your employees, compromise your business, and think through those scenarios. What would it mean if your vendors went wild and started sharing and oversharing information? Or what would it mean if an attack on your information came through one of your vendors? So thinking through these scenario testing and really playing with who's the right person involved within your organization, how do I get to better in the moment, in the context? Whom do I have to contact? How do I get my message clear so that we're operating and recovering with as much efficiency as possible? All of these things are absolutely important for a successful tabletop exercise when it's fake, so that when you get to the real show, everyone's done it before. Rehearse before you perform. So run those scenarios, do those practices in your mind. When you will either discover the breach that's already occurred or be the victim of a new breach. And there's a famous statement that says there's two kinds of companies, those that have been breached and those that don't know they've been breached yet. You are one of those organizations. So when you discover your breach that you do have or will have, you need to face that loss like any other thing that is a systemic risk to your business and to that individual consumer. And think about it in terms of context. For example, where there were large fires in Southern California that blocked off a highway, we had a situation years ago where our facilities were separated by that firewall, a literal firewall, not a technical one, from the communities and the homes and the schools where some of our employees and their children lived and worked. We needed to know as an organization where our employees were and were they safe. We wanted to make sure their families were taken care of and everything was fine. What we didn't think about at the time was, what about non-custodial parents who may not have the legal ability to access kids at school? So it wasn't until the very end of that scenario that someone raised their hand and says, does this person have a right to pick up little Johnny from school? That little piece of information, that little way of looking at data in that story in just that little way actually made a big difference to a lot of our families. So think about data and play with it and model it in your response that's contextual. That's really important. At the same time, when you're thinking about what that data means and its value to you and the organization, some other player in your organization that you're coordinating with is looking at the technology. Have I stopped the bleeding? Have I stopped that piece of malware or that individual's access from occurring and spreading across the networks? Who else is vulnerable? Is this something that we understand as a vulnerability in our products and services already? Is this a situation that's going to impact the lives of your employees? Is this a situation that puts your customers at risk? So thinking through people, process, and technology simultaneously is absolutely mission critical when you talk about response to a suspected incident or a breach. Now, on top of all of that, because you don't have enough to do when there's a breach, your friendly neighborhood lawyers are in the room. Under many, many jurisdictions, there is an obligation for you to notify local authorities or international authorities about a data loss or a breach that has impact. What that impact is depends on the geography that you're in. What are the regulations? What are the implications of this incident? And so you can start to understand a lot of the risk in data loss starts with that piece of information being misused or stolen or used against you. But the activity around that is incredibly time, resource, and intellectually, capitally expensive. So prevention and governance and good architecture on the front end will save you a lot of that pain when the inevitable happens, so that you can know what kind of an incident have you had, how far has it spread, can I do something to cut it off, and have I done that? And then you can revisit and make sure that all those pieces are working as seamlessly and efficiently as they possibly can to prevent the next one. Here's the good news. The information economy is vibrant, growing, and ever more accessible to a greater size, scale, and number of organizations. Individuals can create an information economy and profit from it. So an information economy that is free from as much risk as possible on the liability side, unwanted, unknown vulnerabilities, obvious holes that you can patch before bad guys get in, loss of data, etc. When you have a system that's actually working like any other economy, you have constantly a balance, assets, the data stories, the ability and the desire to share stories and communicate and develop deeper and more enriched and insightful relationships, whether that's an employee who's recognized for talent that they weren't hired for, and then they get promoted into another world. That's the information economy at
I
work,
should've known that.
where you have a customer who thinks they just came in to buy pencils and walks out with bags full of really cool stuff that they've always wanted for their new home. That's the information economy at work. It's not just about marketing, obviously. Sometimes the information economy is simply looking at an organization that sells hardware, that's been selling hardware since the 1980s, and recognizing that over time, the ability to build international, high-integrity, well-engineered systems, plus the ability and the conversations and the listening skills for customers over time, plus the desire of those customers to share their biggest, hardest, most complicated business problems. All of that is a data story over time. And taking that information into an economic resource helps a company that was once one thing transform into something totally new. So just because there's a ton of risk in the information economy, there's a ton of risk in the investment economy. Making sure that you're investing well in data, making sure that you're keeping safe the pieces that you can, making sure that you're educating the folks who need to help govern that information and really take care of it over time, making sure that you're building in and investing in transparency, in a two-way dialogue, in a consumer-friendly, quality-first type of environment. You're investing in a data economy that will pay back dividends that you can't even imagine over time. Data as part of the economy and the information economy is critical as a building block. So think of data as an element of currency, a dollar bill in the US, for example. The power is not the dollar bill. The power is not that one piece of data. It's what it can bring. What can you buy with that $1? How can you take that piece of data and turn it into a piece of insight that allows you to direct your business in other avenues, that allows you to share more information with your board of directors to help you steer the ship to make sure that things are happening that investors would like, that government officials will tolerate, and that employees will love and be delighted by. So turning data into insight, into information, into knowledge, turning wisdom over time, that's the point of the data economy. That's why we gather, process, use, and even delete information. So we have a clear picture of where we are, what's important, and what are those insights that can be gleaned, or at least interpreted or inferred by these information and data transactions that we share every single day. Organizations that need to address data, data privacy, security, and data asset needs. Need to really take a step-level approach that's similar to any other setting up a business, building out a new feature, looking at the next requirement-setting event in business, looking at the use cases that are available and desired outcomes. So number one, starting with a scoping workshop, understanding what is the business problem, the human problem, the desired outcome that's driven by data assets. What are the data assets that you need to take in? What are the data assets that will be combined with other data elements to create information? Who in the system will be impacted? The user that donates or gives or is observed passing on personal information, the systems, the organizations, or even third parties that may be implicated or engaged or required to have that business execution come out. Doesn't mean you have all the answers, but a scoping workshop really allows you, before you start building and getting excited with shiny objects and technology, to really get excited about what is the business outcome and what's the most efficient and effective way of getting there. Now that you know the why and the what, who's the who? Who are the players that are going to be modeled across your ideal system? There's the user, sure. There's the person who makes the decision on the inside, that closes the transaction, that delivers the good or service, sure. But think along the way very broadly of the individuals and groups that may need to look into systems and have access, exposure, or receive data and information that is gleaned from that data. Think about those folks as having a need to interact with your information-based system at some point in time, whether that's using through technology or being reported out in analog or in paper in some other way. Then you really do the magic. Look at the tools and technologies and available systems that you have. What's already in place? What's the infrastructure or the context that you're dealing with today? What are the laws and rules and regulations that apply to this type of transaction in this type of region? You have the information you want, you have the business outcomes that you want, you understand the players and how they're going to play across time and over time and what kind of access levels they need to have. Next thing to do is process diagram, understanding who touches what, when, where, and how. So when we look at it as an organization at various features, various new businesses, this isn't a conversation that needs to last months and months and years and drag you down into the dirt as an organization. In fact, I will offer to you that by planning and deeply asking questions about each data element before it goes into the system, why you have it, who needs it over time, how are you going to exit, how are you going to correct and make sure the integrity levels, the transparency levels, the accountability levels are built into the system from day one, I will propose to you that that system will be much more valuable over time, so that you will have your investment over time laid out and at a much lower level than getting to close very quickly on a context that doesn't suit your business process requirements. So imagine if you were working for a company and planning a new feature or a new business, getting into mobile, for example. Let's use the analogy of what we did to get ready for today. We planned what our activity was. We picked the vehicle, we cleaned the vehicle, we filled her with gas, brought our keys, made sure that there was an opportunity to lock and secure our vehicle if we decide to leave with our equipment inside, because we made the decision we didn't want to lose expensive equipment. We decided on a destination and where we were going, and we planned for that a little bit, and we used our GPS when we didn't know the finishing details. So we have tools, we have a process, we have a destination, and we have a plan. So many organizations today gather untold teraflops full of data. They're not 100% sure where their information destination is yet, but they think that this is something very valuable. So my suggestion is, why would you plan for something that you think is a valuable place to gather information about other human beings, whether they're employees or your customers or your suppliers or both or all, and not have a plan? It just mystifies me. It doesn't make sense from a business angle. It doesn't make sense from a human rights angle. It doesn't make sense from a legal angle. And it doesn't make sense on a risk angle. So when you're planning for data, whether you're an organization or you're an individual, pack your things in advance, have your plan, know what your technology is capable of doing today, and figure out if you need new technology to get to the destination where you're actually going. These are the things that make a ton of sense in the digital age as we're working with information as a critical asset. Privacy engineering is really based, that term is really based for me off of the definition of engineering as broadly conceived as possible. Not just computer sciences, not hardware, not software, not bridge building or carpentry. But really, if you think about engineering and how it's defined, engineering is taking all the tools and resources and math that you have available to you and solving a given problem in a structured way. So privacy engineering then is looking at how to design in and create privacy by design. How do we use information in the information economy? How do we have authorized processing of personally identifiable information according to moral, legal, ethical, and fair propositions and policies? Organizations that plan and execute information-centric and data-centric and privacy-centric systems best start with the policy of privacy by design. Privacy by design is a concept. It's a policy that says we build in privacy from the start. We don't believe in zero-sum thinking where it has to be privacy or it has to be security. It can be both. We believe that privacy by default is something that can actually happen. These are beliefs and policies and nice-to-haves and outcomes, all important. Privacy engineering supports a company or organization that already believes in and decides to do privacy by design. So privacy engineering is the problem solving, the tool using, the planning, the architecture, the testing, the transparency, the accountability structures that all support a goal and an aspiration of privacy by design. Moral crumple zones are not my branding or idea at all. They are an idea and a paper that I will commend to all of you by a wonderful woman who, by the time we air this, will have her doctorate in hand, Dr. Madeline Elish. And what Dr. Elish, a wonderful woman who, by the time we air this, we'll have her doctorate in hand, Dr. Madeline Elish. And what Dr. Elish was working on just really rang true with me, and we had a long conversation about it. When cars were first invented, and for a very long period of time, safety meant making them harder, making them stronger, making them one solid unit. Unfortunately, what happened is the vehicle, as the horsepower got even stronger, the occupant was still governed by the laws of entropy. And so if you ran into something or the car just stopped too soon or collided with a tree, the occupants would fly forward and then smash, bam, off they go. Not a good thing. So instead...
Yeah, I had 5 or 6 PBQs on my Core 1. 5 or 6.
Instead, the designers of vehicles have these empty pockets where physics and geometry is used to direct all the energy for the known unknowns. Typically, people drive in a forward fashion. The car has the feature of reverse. I could be driving down the road in reverse, but it's a pretty good guess. I'm probably going to be going forward at speed. So we know that factor. We know the general speed limits. We know the general configurations. You get the drift. So the way they design these crumple zones is to direct all that energy into the known unknowns. Whether someone bumps you from behind, you fall asleep at the wheel, your car veers off, slides, snow, on and on. So the great engineering of the car companies have said, here is a way where we will have fewer fatalities by the simple shape and design of the vehicle, the framework of the vehicle. Think about a moral and an ethical crumple zone in a known unknown sense in this way. So when you think about the data that is being collected that is useful for one purpose, having fewer cops that are chasing people around who are blowing red lights, instead letting them become cyber detectives and really giving them that new skill set to go after crimes that are getting bigger and bigger and more prevalent. That's a good, that's a common good. The information that we are collecting while we're trying to figure out all these new crimes, the information we're collecting as we're wandering around being observed more than ever, recorded more than ever by our fellow mankind out here, we don't really know what's going to happen, but there is a moral and ethical crumple zone. How do we look at the energy of data flow as we're collecting sets, assimilating them, sharing them, and getting rid of them so that we can prevent someone from avoiding a ticket by pretending they're someone else? That's a moral crumple zone. I don't know how they're going to do that in the future, but I know it's a moral crumple zone. How do we prevent a drunk driver from leaving the scene and obscuring their body so that they avoid the cameras? That's a moral crumple zone too, evading surveillance. How do we avoid an ex-spouse from somehow obtaining camera feeds of his or her partner doing whatever, or just having that footage to intimidate them? That's a moral crumple zone. So it doesn't mean that you design systems to fail in every way of human failing, but you categorize these things as subject to overcollection, subject to oversharing, subject to lack of accountability, subject to transparency loss. All of those basic big requirements that equal quality and design standards in a privacy engineered environments are designed to have enough flexibility, not to hard code, these are the rules of data privacy, but to really design in room so that we can have an authorized sharing of person identifiable information in a fair, moral, legal, and ethical way.
Creating a privacy culture, which sounds like a really groovy word, particularly for someone who's interested in science and engineering. But building a culture is really building the muscle, if you will, the habit of privacy, the ability to consume and excel with the assets that are generated by data-centric systems. So how do you do it? Building a privacy culture is a layered and highly contextual practice. And I've gotten old enough that I've seen it from many different angles. The first privacy practice I drew on was very much grassroots. People who were actually in the data centers, heavy-duty security people, heavy crypto guys, but Diffie was one of them, one of the famous Diffie-Hellman protocol, heavily technical people. The other side of the equation were the legal people and the public policy people really understanding, as the laws were being written, what in the world does any of this mean? There aren't any rules. Technology people like rules. They like answers. They like instructions.
I just put it, it's on 1.75x. So she's talking real fast because I got her speeded up. Somehow I found that I watched this whole course like 4 years ago. I don't know why, but somehow it said like I already completed this, so everything's already a green check mark. It's crazy. I don't remember, but
policy people are constantly going, what is this thing and can we change it? Creating a privacy culture isn't the exclusive remit of the chief privacy officer. In fact, I'm probably the least important person in the whole stack internal to the company. More important are the individual employees and customers and third parties that come to the table every day with their own ideas about privacy and data value. It doesn't mean we have 100,000 different protocols and policies at all. What it means is for a privacy culture to really build, each individual understands what data privacy and protection is, what's in it for them, what's in it for the business, what's the company line, and how do they fit into that in their role, and what do they do next? Well, one of my favorite things to do when I'm out on the road talking either to customers or at conferences or whatnot, I always want to know if I'm an audience member or a speaker, what are you going to do differently on Monday? So what I would do or offer for you on Monday is to just write yourself a top 10. What are the top pieces of information that are important to me? What could I do today in my current role to teach someone more about the risks and the opportunities in data, to build something that protects that integrity even better, whether you call yourself a privacy professional or not? That's how you start building culture. Keep revisiting that list, tick off those items, share that responsibility across the culture, across the people who have information about you. Go to the bottom of the privacy policy, whether you've read that 45-page document or not, and look at the privacy@company.com site. We love hearing from customers. It's very powerful information for us. If you have a question about the policy, send it in. Read a policy and see if you can understand it. If you don't, ask a question. So go through those little lists and those little 5-minute things, and I guarantee you'll have some insights that will help you build culture better wherever you are in the business. I was not always an old lady. I once was a young person with zero title, with zero authority, and a ton of passion, and I dug in deep, and I built an entire career out of being a privacy and security professional. You don't have to go as all in as I've gone to be a privacy professional. I've had a lot of fun along the way. But you also don't have to start at the very top of your organization to start doing something that will have a ton of impact on yourself, on your colleagues, and on your future. Innovation is everywhere in the data field today. How we've always done it is probably my least favorite phrase in the world. How we've always done it is the way we used to do business. How we've always done it is a way not to evolve in the information economy and to be stuck in the past. Instead, innovation can be thought of in the privacy engineering context as looking at each level of process, each level of solutioning, each level of getting to accountability, getting to profitability, getting to transparency. Whether you're an identity management guru and you can somehow figure out how to change the context of someone's identity as they move through their day, as they move through their geographic space. If you're someone who understands how to fractalize data into separate packages and have it come together only in a contextual moment and only for that moment. If you're someone who is studying quantum encryption and understanding what happens next after the environment looks very different than it does today, and we don't call encryption the panacea to hiding and cloaking personally identifiable information. All of these scenarios, all of these sections are very small peeks into the windows of innovation and opportunity available along these structures. New processes, new job categories, like a privacy officer, coming up with new laws and the ways to really look at how laws intersect. When do we know when the European laws and the US laws are not behaving well together in cyberspace and in the information economy? Very challenging today, rife for innovation. So if you're interested in the data economy, if you're interested in profiting from the data economy, if you're interested in making the data economy more sustainable and more person-centric, there is innovation everywhere for you to just dive in and do what you do best. We don't need one type of person. I love engineers, I love mathematicians, I love lawyers, I love psychologists. We need artists, we need creative thinkers, we need communicators, we need all of you. We need everyone to look at our economy and our culture and figure out what do we want next. That's innovation. In many ways, the first 30 years of innovation were really turning it on and making it work. We didn't have a lot of choice. We did what the innovators told us to do, and it was exciting and good. The next 30 years of...
All right, I'm not even gonna watch the rest of this, bro. She's not even saying anything that's like anything. Wait, this paper's free? I could just read it? Yo, that's kind of cool. What is this? Moral chromosomes, cautionary tales in human-robot interactions. Abstract. As debates about the policy and ethical implications of AI systems grow, it will be increasingly important to accurately locate who is responsible when agency is distributed in a system and control over an action is mediated through time and space. Analyzing several high-profile accidents involving complex and automated socio-technical systems and the media coverage that surrounded them, I introduced the concept of a moral chromosome to describe how responsibility for an action may be misattributed to a human actor who had limited control over the behavior of an automated or autonomous system. Just as the crumple zone in a car is designed to absorb the force of impact in a crash, the human in a highly complex and automated system may become simply a component, accidentally or intentionally, that bears the brunt of moral and legal responsibilities when the overall system malfunctions. While the crumple zone in a car is meant to protect the human driver, the moral crumple zone protects the integrity of the technological system at the expense of the nearest human operator. The concept is both a challenge to and an opportunity for the design and regulation of human-robot systems. At stake in articulating moral crumple zone is not only the misattribution of responsibility, but also the ways in which new forms of consumer and worker harm may develop in new complex, automated, or purported autonomous technologies. That's kind of interesting. I will download. Yeah, to here. What should I call this? Just moral crumple zones, cautionary tales, and human robot interaction. M. Elish. Yeah, Elish. What year is this? Does it say? I can't scroll. Whatever. Doesn't say preprint. Back. 2019. Posted 2016, revised 2019, 2016. Where's this? File system, documents, education, WGU. This one. Actually, I could just put it in here. Where should I put it in? Privacy issues? Textbook reading? Maybe readings. Resources. Textbook readings. This. PDFs as well. Or put it in supplemental. Wait, oh, these are the ones I was doing. Okay. Wait, I should do this as like that. Digital forensics, the big page picture. Oh, these aren't in order. Wait, I don't know if I did that one. Which one did I do? This one I just did. And then this could be this guy here. Could go here. Like that. Okay. I did that one, but I didn't do this yet. Oh, this one I did. I did this one. Security awareness, identifying PII. That's the one I did. I should put this into order. I should copy those, delete them, place them here, because they're not in order. And this one, I should copy and put it here, because that was the first one. Like that. Okay. At least those two in order. We'll find out whatever these are supposed to be. That means this one I don't really need. Oops. Okay. Look at that, the whole 5-hour stream, 0 dropped frames. Stream is much better at 4K now. Very good. Cool. So tomorrow we'll start the American legal system. I think that's it for today. Yeah, that's it for today. We'll start tomorrow with the American legal system.